Hello, Terrapitha. Hello, Jamba. It's that time of day again. Hello, Ebe. No, it's not, unfortunately. But it is the GeoGuessr Daily Challenge. Oh. Not doing too well. Making a triangle. I think that's Thai? Wait, no, it says Cambodia though. Oh, weird font, I guess. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Man, this really looks a lot like a market I went to. That's why I'm going around it. It seems really familiar. But I think the one that I went to had a small car park on one side. Gerald was doing strat comparisons. Did my mum ever try to teach me Khmer? No, she didn't. I was originally taught French as a kid. Let me think. I don't think this is Phnom Penh. It might be... It could be. Where are we? Could be one of the town... Not Chuk. Yeah, I've been along here. I'm wondering... I don't think it's Battambang, because that... A little more built up. I'm wondering if it's sort of... Yeah, it was southern. I don't know exactly where I went, because I was always asleep in the van. But that place looks so familiar. It wouldn't have been down here, because this area is a little more tropical. And mountainous. And up here is really dry. And then you have jungle. up here. Anyway, what's the name of MSQ? Oh, LV, Latvia? In the EU. Okay, let's just assume Latvia. I don't know if I'll get to Barbaricia. I'll have like an hour. Anyway, as the story goes, my mum taught me French. She actually wasn't speaking Khmer when I was a kid. Because she hadn't been in the country for, not since the 70s, I think. Actually, she left when she was 17. That would have been... Yeah, that would have been early 70s, actually. Oh, we have a water... some kind of water. Okay, hang on. So, yeah, she wasn't... Would it be this? No. No, it's like... Be this? I think it might be. Look at the train line here. That seems to match up. Where are we? Are we like right in the middle? I don't see a "you are here." Oh wait, the sign literally says... Okay. Maybe I should have looked at that. Derp. Here I was being pleased that I was matching features of the map to the city. Okay, hang on. We did have a road name. Wait, it was... Was it not right there? I must have gone the other way. Oh, it's probably this road. The question is, which side of it am I on? Maybe I'll just go dead center. I might get close. Oh, man. -1 point. Wrong intersection. Oh, so close. Oh well, I'll take it. I'm happy with that. I'm happy I got the city. Really mad. Anyway, yeah. So my mum left the country when she was 17. Lived around the world studying and such. Eventually settled, got married in Australia. Although then went France thereafter and Thailand as well. And it wasn't until she reconnected with old family that probably in the mid 2000s, I think, maybe around 2005 or something, she refound her dad, my grandpa, because they hadn't been connected that whole time due to fleeing the war and all that sort of thing. That's when she started speaking the language again. I would have already been about 10 at that age, I think. Hmm. Seems UK-ish. Oh, hang on, no, we got clear skies. Wait a second. Okay. Northwest, southeast, we got plains seeming to converge on a city. What is this? Romania. Thank you, barely visible sign. Okay. Can we use a city southeast? It seems like the planes are all landing in the southeast. Or they're all heading southeast. Wondering if I can use that. I'm looking southeast and there's some low mountains. A little bit hilly all around. Whereas this area I feel is just too flat for that. So where's another major city? Maybe in here somewhere? Alternatively over here. Ten seconds. Okay, kind of was where I thought. I did look here, didn't I? I missed it. So if planes are going over northeast to southwest, yeah, maybe they were heading in that direction. Going that way, perhaps. These road signs... Could this be Turkey? Not looking like that. Yellow outer. What side are we driving on? Left. I think South Africa does do yellow outer. How did I just... Border post? Okay, so we're on a border. Probably. MR3. Where are we? I saw the MR4. MR7. MR8. Is there a major town fitting this name? I don't see it. There's the MR3. Okay, there we go. We are looking... Hang on. Back to start. Major road, hang on. That, okay, so you turn left, you go up onto the highway, and it will take you to the north to get to here. So what matches up with that? I don't think it's that. It's just a straight roundabout. I don't see any roundabout. Oh, it was a little further south. Just a little bit. There are the roundabouts. Oh, no way. I was looking at this intersection. The very next one. At the roundabouts. I was so close. All I was doing was looking for roundabouts and I stopped one intersection short. Because it's literally the only ones along this road. I absolutely would have clicked that if I saw it. So close to another 5k. Okay, some roof racks. Roof racks could be consistent with Nigeria. With some palm trees? I think Nigeria has palm trees as well along the south coast, doesn't it? Looks Latin America to you? Hmm. There were a couple of places in Lagos that threw me off. Okay, yeah. Because I thought it was somewhere else, and it ended up being Nigeria, which I was confused by. It said Zona Agricola. Hang on, let me just check this. Probably Northern Hemisphere. You know... Hmm. Hmm. Never mind. Cows. I'm wondering if perhaps... Well, hang on. Hmm. No yellow plates. I was almost gonna say like Eastern Colombia maybe. Like out along here. This is a north-facing road though, whereas that doesn't really exist anywhere here. Maybe it could be out here, but... Yeah, I don't know. Not enough information for me. Wow. Doing here? Is it a login moment? I don't know. How far off the extreme am I? Or the normal, rather. He wants to eat me. Oh no, he wants to eat Zero. Golbez? Of course I know of him, only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiends lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you had better flee, though soon there will be nowhere to run. It seems the archfiends only keep those who are fit for battle. Others must escape or be consumed. If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps the mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. It seems the archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Ugh, the tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. Why not? Golbez? I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. With his army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It will not be easy to reach him. You got bored enough to start skipping through Hildebrand on OC? Wow, that's a low point. Is that what you were doing? Welcome back, Zeph. Were you able to learn aught of value? I can hear purring. So countless Voidsent answer to the Archfiends, who in turn answer to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Scarmillione's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? Places like this really show off the bad lighting in this game. The shading on people's faces looks grotesque. But that's one of the things they're fixing in 7.0, isn't it? They showed off better facial shading, right? in the engine update. We could target his other archfiends, or perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I'm determined to save my sister ZhephZaeora. If there is even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? I've got in the way of my world already. If you want help, offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? Surely you must desire something. Name it. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in a world that's already dead? By that logic, you've no reason to refuse our requests. The payment need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say as much from the start? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and wherever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. Nod. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. I know the latter. I'll take you there. Hello, Agile. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle? I was brought here on a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying cars near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a large one, but regardless of size, all can be won over with ether. Excellent, let us go and find our mount at once. Uh-oh. Eyeball. Not good. Lord Golbez must hear of this. What kind of eye has ears? Everyone's? Oh, okay. Hello, Revenge. That was me this morning when I overheated. Today was hot in the morning, I think? Wasn't? Hang on. I mean, I woke up overheated. But then it just started raining really hard. It was raining when I went shopping. Big puddles. Are you having fun adventures, Lan? Oh. Okay. Is Hudor handsome? Yeah, that's not what I asked. Oh, nice. Hello, Velen. Go. Have you been working at getting a DSR totem for 4 months? Me too, Agile. We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready? "4 minutes ago? I asked if Hudor was handsome." Oh, Lan? He asked how you, he said, how do you survive the metro, Agile? That was such a horrible experience down there. It's all cold, please believe me.
Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
You elbowed someone in the face without noticing. How tall are you? Oh. What is that, like 6'2", 6'3"? Oh. Revenge got an extra step in the middle there. Precisely 6.23. Okay.
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
Mortals! They're mortals! What's enticing you there? Let me have some, let me have some!
It's acting. Wish I had the BGM on. But also not really.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
You strategically went grocery shopping during the match and there was nobody at the store. That's pretty clever. Yeah, it's always just the generic music, isn't it? But I do like to experience the MSQ as the devs intended. Have I heard this song though? I don't think I have. This is nice. Where are we? Zero's domain. I really like this one. Okay, someone's covered it on YouTube. An X2 song? Could it be 1000 words? Maybe. I think it's looping from now. Let me check this one. Oh, BGM song. Not quite the same. This one's also really nice though. Yeah, let's just watch, or listen to rather, this one as well. This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. I love that even while skipping cutscenes and stuff, you still have to wait 20 seconds for the animation of people waving at each other, walking off. Walk off, slowly fade out. Someone else turns to you, bows, standing on the spot, does a 180, begins walk animation, fades out. Last person does the same thing. One at a time. While they know their place, if tantalizing ether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. Kill them. Eat them first. It is a void sense nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the void sent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another, but whether any of those masters in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have travelled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. Loud. I don't know 1000 words, Pudding. Same. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Oh, yours doesn't include funny emotes? Man. Once we've learned all we can, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going too, of course? In which case I shall accompany you. I only wish to observe. I wish only to observe. I can't read. Do not expect me to help. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Ready? Then lead the way. I leave it to you to decide with whom you speak. To walk around with her like that, you're her minion then. You know I don't take minions. He has some questions and I want you to answer them. Golbez? I don't know that one. Only Scathach. Oh, interesting. When she let us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Scathach was a powerful voidsent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. Why not, Jamba? You could probably dip your hand into this thing and oil yourself up. Stay away from me. If you don't want to be eaten, stay away. Golbez, Golbez. I've heard the name before. Ah, I remember. Always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. A crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfarello. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfarello can tell us more. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall this statue, though. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. I was wondering about that statue, too. He's doing Passage of Arms. Huh. Got a wing on the front face of the shield. Isn't there a shielding game that has that? Oh, I wouldn't have it here. Passage of Orcs. You're one of the mortals. Is it true? When you die over there, you really die? So it is, so it is. What brings you here then? Ah yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. I know, Pony, but I'm in a voice dialogue. /BGM is unavailable at this time. I really wish they'd fix that. What is the reason for not being able to do it with a chat dialogue up? I don't get it. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Hello, Boomy. Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he is about to make a move. Satisfied with what you've learned? Ah, but let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. Oh. Is it from X2? Oh, it's not an FF song. Okay. I thought there was an X2 song that sounded similar. Am I even in the AoE? Wait a second. this part of this song. Well, I can't pause this BGM. Hang on, I might, maybe have it, but I'm gonna have to play it to remember. It seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. I don't know what that is. Actually, the one I'm thinking of isn't that similar, it just has similar parts, I think. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarello once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving an archfiend. Ah, I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us. Constantly in fear of being devoured, he seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Ciriato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. What? Infinite energy? But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume. Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Meanwhile, elsewhere... Oh, it's X-Death.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troya, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it.
No, that's X-Death, very clearly. It's the same model.
They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal.
Yeah, but same model.
Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye.
Pudge?
The very notion was an absurd. Drowned in darkness. As well were you.
It sounds like Pudge.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez.
Wonder who that is.
I, Barbaricia,
Oh.
shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
Does anyone ever just refer to yourself by name whenever you're going to do a task? Seems kind of weird. Oh, you do? When you go to do the dishes, I, Pudding, will do the dishes. Okay.
"'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
Wow, Eve. Okay then. That hurt my feelings.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
Oh, greedy.
The insolence. No place.
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
I was thinking of this one. Yeah, it only has, I think, one part that sounds similar. Farfarello keeps to the fringes of my domain. This way. The Void Sent here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please, but all must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need ether. Except Farfarello and Ciriato, that is. They are content to take from one another, barring an incident they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Ciriato will not seek shelter until he is utterly spent. Farfarello, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Oh, whatever will I do now? Ciriato, this is rather unexpected. Where is Farfarello? Gulp. Farfarello isn't here anymore. He's left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, alright. What more do you want me to say? He ate him. And off he flees as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Ciriato's behaviour? He got too hungry. So you think so too? As he says, Farfarello is gone, but that is quite unusual. As is the fact that Ciriato, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee but instead hid here, where Farfarello usually... Oh. We must go after Ciriato now. Hmm? What? Of what? X2? Oh, the non-piano collections version. Hang on. Where am I going? Yeah, because... Is this the same one? Now I'm confused. Yeah, wait, let me just play this one. Yeah. Yeah, we were thinking of the same one, I was just listening to the piano collections. Ciriato, we need to talk. Your memory is beheld to MIDI and mine is beheld to the piano collections. Because that's what I used to listen to. There's no time, the wind rises, we must flee. The wind rises? What is he talking about? After him. No reason, Pudding. Law. What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes. Barbaricia. Barbaricia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us. There's no time. I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead end beyond. We'll corner him. I have squad prepared? Nope. I don't even know if I'll have time. Raid commences in 25 minutes. Maybe. We're doomed. There's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you. Barbariccia, the Archfiend of Wind. Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade. But it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything. Almost. Except for where Farfarello is. I thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an Archfiend, not you. Not you who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You who now speak as though you were Barbariccia's minion. There's only one explanation. Huh? Who could have seen this coming? He devoured Farfarello, didn't he? Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfarello? And not just a portion of his ether, his entire being? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely it was at Farfarello's behest. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it, Farfarello didn't leave. I eated him. This is probably where the sad music starts playing. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer, and though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. There's no such end here, no escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. And now that desperation is joined with Ciriado's fear driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me or Farfarello. There's nowhere to go, nowhere. And tell me about Barbariccia. I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here, and no one can escape her winds. No one. Man, still no BGM.
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
Hello, name and
One of the
usage.
Archfiend's approaches.
Thanks for the raid.
They must have been tracking our movements.
Oh. Double raid. Rachel, hello. I accidentally started the cutscene with an OBGM, so it's eerily quiet. Although that is part of the title. Welcome, everyone. Was this planned? The double raid? Hope you both had good streams. Oh, you were playing together. Okay, nice.
She's here.
How's stream going? I'm just doing some MSQ. I haven't done this part yet. I haven't watched this part yet. But I have static raids in about 20 minutes.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery.
Whoa. What? Don't think she liked that.
Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is ZhephZaeora?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain.
You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
Okay.
What's the plan then?
Kill. Flee.
Aye, that we would. Even so, we don't have any intention of turning tail now, do we? We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Babaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
Well, he still has his dragon body at home, right? I don't think I have time. There's probably a cutscene afterwards. Oh, Valor just logged in. Is there a cutscene? Yeah, there is a cutscene afterwards. I'll probably have to do this after we do our P8, but that'll only take like 20 minutes. We've just got P8 with the static. Yeah, just P8. My hand issues meant that earlier in the week we had to stop. It's mostly better. I've just got a weird bruised feeling on one part of it. Yeah, BGM's back. But yeah, I took a quick flight to California, so hopefully everything's fine now. Did I check out the Zelda one? Oh no, I didn't. No, I'm not actually in California. That was a joke. Or a cover story, at least. Oh man, I feel bad now. Yeah, I should swap characters now. So I take it a bunch of you are from California then? Oh, you too, Hoodle? Okay. No need for BGM anymore. Yes, this is the handsome Hoodle. Lan said you're handsome, Hoodle. But I bet you already knew that. Back to Christmas song? You mean this? Nah, not today. Oh. I haven't got the day wrong, have I? We are raiding today, right? Yes. Yeah, we are. It's just a little unusual that... Wait. Yeah, it's the end of the 12th. No, I'm normally early. But Nuba and Theo normally set up the PF half an hour early. A couple of months ago, or like, I don't know, half a year ago, I would always log in 15 minutes early and go to set up a PF, and either Nuba or Theo had already been there for like 15 minutes prior to that. So I just stopped trying. I just decided to let them handle the PFs. Anyway, so yeah, I was in a cutscene when the raids came in, but welcome everyone. Glad to have you here. As per the title, today is just a day of peace and quiet. If you're looking for high energy, you're not going to find it here. Not today. Probably not ever, honestly, but definitely not today. Good night, Rachel. And you too, if I can read the name. Acelia. The 7TV colors were a little hard to read for me. Peace, quiet, and just a relaxed clear of P8S. Yes, I know, Pony. That's what the game actually feels like. It's pretty gross. Can call you Chi? Okay. Is that Chi, or is it more like the Greek? Is it Greek? Kai? But I wouldn't expect so. That's just me being a nerd. Except I'm not actually a nerd for that sort of thing. That is why people call the fake Kai, yes. I do think Chi is better. If you're not familiar with Greek stuff, I don't know what you call it. The saying Chi sounds more normal, I guess. chi. Where is the relic step even up to right now? I'm beginning to wonder if raid is actually supposed to start when I think it's supposed to start. Because no one else is around right now. Well, I can't talk properly right now. I keep putting in weird accents and slurs. Maybe it's just the tired, sleepy talking. There was some sort of mention last time starting 1 hour later. You know what? Now that you mention it, maybe, but there was never any ping. Rin, Nuba, and Happy are all asleep. Or snoozing on Discord. Maz is offline. Tina is offline. Theo is sick. Theo said he was going to be 10 minutes late. Ask THD. Wonder if THD will take me through WoW raids. I wish you could do that. Wish it were as simple as it was in Final Fantasy to do that. Aren't the high-end WoW boys probably on flights right now? I'm pretty sure Team Liquid are landing together right now. On account of Max sharing a photo of THD staring at him through his door. It's simpler now than it used to be. A lot of the borrowed power stuff is gone now. I mean more like just grabbing a team and taking someone in. Okay, we are actually starting an hour late. Let's do Barbaricha. Is there a raid coming soon in Wowcraft? Wait, in a day? Does Final Fantasy normally get its first raid tier that early on an expansion launch? Is it after 2 weeks? Ah. Wait a second. Oh, that's Cheese TV. Okay. Let me just finish this unlock. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, then let us set forth. Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those Barbaricha struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero? Huh, as though she is sentimental. Or what? Barbaricha took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed, this is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. I put up PF. A word of warning. Barbaricha spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the Memoria will suffice. I can't wield the power at will. Well then, you had better hope it favours you when the time comes. Rest assured, this won't be our last opportunity to learn about ZhephZaeora. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbez would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for our quarry to come to us. Indeed, if our struggles with Scarmiglione taught us aught, is that we must hold nothing back when facing an archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If we're all in agreement, then let us be off. We travel by Nisrock. That dude? Big friend? Kill me? Why? They decided to release all difficulties on the same week this time in WoW. It used to be Mythic is 1 week after, but not this time. Okay. Let's give our hand and normal players can have the gear nerf the content more. Hang on. Have the gear nerf the content more. Oh yeah. So it need less patch nerfs. Oh, there's a cutscene.
Leave these ones to us.
Is she hard casting Scathe? Friend? Gerald's online. Is he aware? Oh, what's he doing? Stygian Insenescence Cells. Is that what P8S is? No, it's an hour later. Ib. I thought it was now. But it's not. That's something I was supposed to actually know, but I forgot. Do we dare try? Wait, where does it show up? It says less than 5. Not sure I believe that. I have a grand total of 65. I'm still in last year's incomplete BIS. Oh. Oh yeah, that's true, Eve. I'm un-Australian. I'm a traitor to the country. I should give up with playing with everyone that I know. Just because there's an OCE server. Where are they? Sydney. It's basically the equivalent of not being in the same country.
Give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
How do I play this job again? Whoa, okay. That was a very random camera spin. I should probably put up ley lines. What? Again? It wasn't doing this before. Oh. I just went into that.
Try this.
Oh. The timing is not quite there. Yeah, as soon as we start, as soon as I'm in raid combat, my camera starts freaking out. So you can still slide cast reasonably well. Hello, Vala. Oh. Is it a mouse issue? A mouse issue? Well, it only happened once I started raiding. This whole time, that sort of thing didn't happen. Oh, whoops. I'm staring at my MP and cooldowns. Oh man, my ley lines. Nah, I probably shouldn't. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, no, that one. One can try, Asan. Hello, Vela. I go this way now.
You feel it too, do you not?
Oh, I'm slow. Oh, OCE ping. Okay. That just doesn't feel like I should have survived that. That feels wrong.
You've done well to last this long.
Isn't it weird when the game actually just does what it's supposed to? Wait, don't leave. Oh, wait. It's a cutscene. Use my triple cast for no reason. Yeah, nice triple cast, idiot. This is a terrible place for ley lines. I'm so far from everything. I am in Narnia. Is that what she says, Agile? Oh. I just straight up stood in that. Oh no. Oh, thanks. Uh-oh. Man.
Know your place.
Excuse me. Oh, hello, Vela. Is this scripted? Quite vulgar in French. Boomy? My ley lines!
No, I will not be denied.
I do pudding. I got 2 commends for dying?
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet. You're finished. Damn it all!
Not working.
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Oh no, I'm gonna have 6 extra tomes.
The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about ZhephZaeora.
Nothing.
So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Nice, don't have to pay.
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
I wish they could update that typical cutscene music. They've been using the same ones ever since A Realm Reborn. Maybe even 1.0. Yeah, they did add a few. A lot of the old ones I never really liked though. Like the flashback music, they always use the same one. He said, which I just missed, though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate. Being part void sent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. This one's different. Lana's a giant? Yeah. I did know that. Oh, 255. $400? Wow. Didn't know that was possible. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? This one's from POTD of the Dead. Ah, okay. I knew I meant unused. Or like not... Yeah, actually just not really used. I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. Did I say Palace of the POTD? Or are you just saying that? I did? Oh wow. Whoops. I said POTD of the dead. It just happens naturally now. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. Huh, interesting. Kidnap. ZhephZaeora cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here, defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Zeph, might I ask you to hold on to Barbaricha's memoria? It may yet serve a purpose. Oh? What happened to her? They're gonna try to eat us. We have business with ZhephZaeora? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbaricha. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Barbaricha's minion? Why not go and find this newcomer, so we have something to tell ZhephZaeora if nothing else? I don't think people mind, Agile. Indeed. May I trouble you to join me, Zeph? With luck, we might learn something of Golbez. You're the ones who fell Barbaricha. I won't make any trouble. I'll obey, so please let me stay. If you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez. There isn't much I can tell. Only the Archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None but they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? He has these scepters? Staves? Whatever they are, he uses them to talk to those far away. Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I am satisfied, but let us rejoin the others and head home. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? You will not be able to freely return to the 13th. Are you sure you wish to leave? This one was mostly used in Earthus, wasn't it? When this music first popped up. Back to Troya then, and thence home. Was a crystal tower? In Shadowbringers. How long have they been standing there for? Staring. Happy Mr. Happy Minute, everyone.
You're all safe. Thank the sisters.
The lighting is horrible.
A moment while I close the gate.
3 hours ago? Are you from Hawaii? Oh, other side of the world. Okay, never mind. There are 2 places where it could be 3 hours ago.
There. We may rest easy for now.
Just kidnapped her and sealed the way shut.
I expect some void scent slip through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
Oh, that's too bad, Pony.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Master ZhephZaeora, we have been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will show you to the guest chambers.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine Harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void sent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Thandaniel. Were Zero wholly void sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
It is no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable, a boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales function admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. Then I'll go and meet with the soldiers, share with them what I learned fighting Voidsent in the 13th. Yonj, thanks for follow. What of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? Nope. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? Is this the latest patch? It feels like it's been ages. Wow, okay. I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Mayride's Mayhain and ask for suitable refreshments? Excellent. In the meantime, Nidana shall watch over Zero. She is already en route. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. Is this them extending their patch cycle to 4 months? Is this what an extra month feels like? Or it's the tier. Could just be the tier. So sleepy today. Welcome to Mayride's Mayhem. Please make yourself comfortable. No. Wake up? Oh, okay. What? The guest of the satrap has collapsed from hunger. Of course I would be happy to help. You need only tell me what you desire. Your most expensive dish, just for good measure, of course. Well, that can certainly be arranged. I fear it would be too rich for someone coming out of a long slumber. What? I'd recommend something gentler on the stomach, like these apples here. They're sweet, juicy, and nutritious. What? That's not fine dining of the city. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Whose? I wish this was synced up with the music. You're doing a 5 mil merc run? How is there even that much gil on the data center? Oh, you already did it. Where am I going? Ah. This might be the end. Have I seen the FC chest lately? Oh, from subs? Ah, welcome back. Lest you worry, Mistress Nidana has been taking good care of our guest. Will you be joining them now? There was an opportunity for a really comedic expression right there, but they didn't go for it.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
An elephant?
Ah! Ah!
What is this? Some sort of fiend?
A fiend? Where is it? Where? But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
Apple.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
You got smaller.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Oh. That's kind of orc.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow. That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
What if it was one of those really sour apples?
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, it is that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time, but don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, ZhephZaeora.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
I think she likes us. This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. Glad am I to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Perhaps where that food came from. Abel, was it? While I don't expect I'll collapse again, it would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary. Meyride's Mayhain it is, then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress, Mihlil. Bashan and Zir. At least we can teleport. To think they fully intended us to just run all the way there. This is the place? The air is different here, and I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smell the cooking, I believe. Anish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious, I hope you will agree. We could attempt. Oh, right, yeah, hang on. If you sprinted, it was fine, right? They would still keep up. It was just mounted, you couldn't. We could attempt to introduce Zero to Meyride herself, but Mihlil is more likely to be available. Welcome to Meyride's Mayhain. Greetings, Mihlil, and may I introduce you to Zero. She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during her stay. Ah yes, Meyride has told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. About time to get in the PF. was here that Zeph obtained the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, it is certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones there moving their bodies about? Is it for some ritual related to eating? The dancers? They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. Oh. It's a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We Voidsent prefer simpler pleasures. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose we visit Balshan Bazaar, where goods the world over may be found. I'm out of time. Big Norbert. Huh? No more of this. Back to sleepy time. I still need VPN. No matter what you do, you still have to wait for the server response for continuation to come in. That's just how it is. It is what it is, except it doesn't have to be. But that requires the devs designing it a different way. But, you know, no problems here. Everything's fine. Sorry, this is supposed to be a peace and quiet stream. Let's, not talk about that. Otherwise I'm gonna get riled up. Ragnarok? For a case study of the evolution of AAA games. Oh, the whole series, okay. I remember watching my brother play God of War 3, I think, at one point. On the PS3 or 4, not sure which one. This was very long ago. All I remember was it was a sort of side-scrolling hack and slash. Aquatic Ambience. That's a good one. Donkey Kong Country was one of the few games I had access to. I didn't own it, but had access to on the Super Nintendo. I feel like this song in particular has a cult following. I'm so impressed by the fidelity of music they used to be able to fit on those SNES cartridges. These games were like less than 5 megabytes. They were like 5 megabytes maximum. I think Kirby Superstar Ultra was like 5 megabytes, and that was a lot of content. But more often than not, they were like 2 megabytes or maybe even less than 1. Plock? Isn't Plock the place in Albania we were looking for recently? I like the way you said Super Nintendo has a good sound chipset, Agile, and not had. Because it is still a relevant console. Those were the days, huh? When every new console represented leaps and bounds in technology. Completely new things, never before seen. And then we kind of just hit a point where it's just improving on what's already there. Not exactly. Like we're sort of along the flat section of the curve. A leap, yes, but compared to before, like going from 2D to 3D was a massive shift. Now we're just getting better 3D and better resolutions. Like, it's just improving on what we already have compared to being completely new. Like, yeah, ray tracing's new, but it's just a better version of rasterization. If you can even call it better. Depends. Rasterizing has its place. Just like 2D has its place. And turn-based still has its place. And tab targeting still has its place. Yes, I was an hour early. Better an hour early than an hour late, though. I'd say potentially Half-Life Alyx is successful, or like a success of a VR game. Maybe not like sales wise. I don't know how many sales it's had, but I would say the game itself is a success. I think it's more the issue adoption rates of VR aren't high enough for developers to fully invest into it yet. With more games like Half-Life Alyx. And ironically, adoption rates aren't going to be high if there aren't big games for it. I wouldn't say never. I still wouldn't say never. People have said things like that throughout the history of technology. Like, who was it? It might have even been Bill Gates that said we would never need more than 100 kilobytes of memory. For what we use it for, yeah. You once installed 5 megabytes of memory? We should have just downloaded more, Vela. Just become part of Sybil. Theo said he would be 10 minutes late. But because he said he would be 10 minutes late, he's actually going to be right on time. No, it's 7 minutes to 10 minutes late. Okay, we listen to this a lot. Yeah, it's kind of similar. Little more high fidelity. Remember when video games almost completely disappeared because of Atari? I'm not as old as Rui. Okay, no, you're speaking outside the realm of my knowledge. Yeah, and what's changed, Agile? The children. True. They decided it was for children, but specifically those children. And those children grew up. It is interesting though that it feels like in all my time playing MMOs, I've always felt like I've been playing with people around my age. I mean, okay, we have a couple of babies around, I guess, like Pudding. But when I was playing RuneScape, almost everyone was my age. Like early teens. And I didn't even... Like, it's not like I intentionally sought out people my age. But we all just happened to be around the same age. The teens back then didn't let MMOs go, and now no teens want to get into them. Yeah, true. MMOs always had... I wonder what happened. There was such a big appeal to just this big world of adventure with a lot of people. Why is that not a thing anymore? Is it just that they're too distracted by games like Warzone and Apex and all that, and Fortnite? More accessible games. Also, I guess the advent of free-to-play models being mainstream, basically. How many games did I own? Digimon World 3, Digimon Rumble Arena, NBA Live 2003. That's about it. My brother had the rest, but those were the ones I owned. I got the 2 Digimon games for my birthday, and NBA Live as well. They were all birthday presents. You remember Rumble Arena, Jamba? I abused... I think it was Gilmon on the final boss. He just had a sort of a somersault move. So I wouldn't even evolve him. I would just use the basic Gilmon. And you could stun lock the boss if you just repeatedly somersaulted into him. And so that's how I would win. I think it was a fun game though. Especially for a Digimon fan, which I was at the time. too eepy to go further into it. It is interesting. I think it's important as well, especially if you want to go into games to understand the demographics and market appeal and that sort of thing. But at the same time, I would argue, if you want to be an indie dev, make what makes you happy. Don't try and play to the whims of the masses. That's for AAA devs. Just don't make another Evergreen. There has to be at least some appeal. Obviously, there has to be some discretion, Agile. Like, for example, the devs of Evergreen. You know what? I don't even think they were making something for themselves. I think they developed a gimmick mechanic while they were at uni, and they turned it into a full project and ran with it. I don't think there was ever really any heart behind the project, and that's why it failed. Marketing is everything. If people don't know about it, you're not going to make money. And it's weird how effective and necessary it is.
My super potion's ready.
Perfect.
Both Maz and... Wait, where's my Discord icon gone? Not on my taskbar where it should be.
Oh my god, I have way more.
Maz and Theo are both sick.
Yes. I don't think there's anything to go over unless people forget.
I think Raid Shadow Legends is an example of marketing being effective in turning a profit.
Then D2.
They might have the most aggressive marketing campaign of any large
manifold
profit
you don't have
game.
to beta part in. You just stand out always. Zeph will be baiting it.
Yes. So Punk would have never met the expectations CDPR set with their marketing campaign. Yeah, it's true. Marketing is trying to sell a product. That's kind of what Hello Games did after the initial failure. Failure of No Man's Sky.
This is the spread. Aim and spread. No swift caps.
Oh, just lagged.
Still waking up.
Okay.
Elden Ring was heavily marketed, really? Didn't everyone just assume it was, Oh. Everyone was assuming it was dead for a while. Oh! Sorry, that was me. I thought I was too.
I thought I was wrong, so I ran over the room. I'll just heal him. Pressing.
I provoked for a bit.
Has no effect, by the way.
It's no honest. North south.
You don't have to.
You
Never
can
mind.
still surrender. You can still surrender. In. Carrots.
Yeah, you can just stay in for that mid, because I'll always just take the hit. Doesn't matter if you get the volume.
4. Oh, snake. He goes first. Saving an AoE for later. This is Harris.
East-west, isn't it? East-west groups?
Yes, east west. Harris. That's okay. Mid, you are on the east side next. Harris. Out in Harris.
Oh, you're a tank. Okay.
Well, we have people dead, so we couldn't really.
Yeah, right.
All hard roads. I'm
Best
in already
case
on
scenario,
it.
to be honest.
This is the dog.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Horns, A. Light parties, light party.
Morning, Celsius.
Being crushed underfoot.
going towards D, Delta. We're gonna get knocked towards 1. Knock towards 1. Small knockback. Small knockback. 1.
The LB mess, that's your weakness. After last one.
After. Oh. Snake. Just getting anti-reflex position. It's DPS first.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jamba. You didn't see anything. I'm actually surprised you're staring at my GCDs so intently. Oh, positions are wrong.
I tried moving, but you moved us off, so...
North south, north south. We're gonna eat a damage down. We're dead. You are south, Theo.
Yeah, that's true, Jamba. Not allowed to have a nice, viewer-friendly way of representing gameplay. That has absolutely no bearing on the gameplay. Because that would, I don't know, breed toxicity? Question mark? If you're looking at my G-cities, you'll probably notice there's a bit of a contrast in how much I'm pressing the buttons now versus a couple of days ago. There's absolutely no need to just incessantly mash anymore. It's so much nicer on my hands.
Rest eternal, dark depths of this prison.
And I need to do a reprisal somewhere earlier there.
In and spread. No swift counts.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Out.
Yeah, I was thinking probably before the pot would be fine. Wait a second. Am I not supposed to be first clockwise?
Sorry. I thought that was anti for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Doima.
Doima, please use the auto-translate function.
What we're referencing there is I tried to type Doma and then press tab for auto translate for Doma Castle. But I typoed Doima, and so when I pressed tab and enter, it just said please use the auto translate function after Doima. Yeah, I guess I could pot well, could have reprised a 1 DCD earlier.
This is spread later. Out and spread.
Anka. By the way, turning off stance is not an illegal triple weave, since it has no animation. You can do that on any ping. I am number 1. Oh, that was a bit of a sandwich. Could do lightning shot, bloodfest, keen, tincture. I am on. Oh, I'm on 246. I didn't even check my DCD because I'm still missing some gear.
East West. He just goes around. Out, stairs. One.
Dropping it is sometimes clippy, sometimes not. I find it works better if I queue up dropping stance at the end of my GCD. So that as soon as the GCD goes through and queues, the stance immediately drops afterwards. And then I can double weave after that. If I do it as the last in 3 weaves rather than the first, I do tend to flip a little bit more. It seems a little RNG.
Oh my god, I did
Oh.
it again. I don't know what's wrong with me. Give me a second. Okay, I guess I'll
Winnable?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, no deaths.
Keep time just go clockwise, and I go clockwise from the snake instead. Spread later.
Perish in flames and go forth and shake your power.
Spread. Oh, he spread.
Thank you for the trust gift too.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Or dead. Hairs.
Mistimed. He landed, I pressed anti-knockback, and I just didn't go anywhere for the longest time. It's that weird, it's the weird, what am I trying to say? Propagation. Oh, I have no sprint here.
Could have been pretty sick.
Thoughts are coming out, careful. We're behind you, or no?
No. Under 60% after bosses start double again is fun.
Out. Anti from your clock spot.
That's why the anti-knockback in Titan E4S was so tricky, because the time at which you would get knocked back was different depending on how many people were in front of you. And you really couldn't afford to get the timing wrong on that one because the knockback was so fast.
East West. I'm gonna do
without LP.
Oh, we got him.
I need like
nice.
Sorry.
Okay.
I need only reach.
Oh.
Even should my vessel crumble,
Am I dead? I heard my feet hit the floor.
I shall take hold of my reward.
But I don't know if I'm dead. I actually touched the ground, but maybe latency means I'm okay.
If I must stretch I shall.
On this one? No. No, 4 had this weird bug where you could somehow come back alive. It happened to me once. I never replicated it though, I don't know how it happened. I think Aeronaut did it once as well. It was a non-reproducible bug, and it did work. Wait a second. Did I just see my health bar show up and then disappear from like 0? Maybe I'm seeing things. Wait, yes? I'm not seeing things?
Okay, I'm back.
Can you remind me how to do this on melee? On melee before?
You'll be on if it's melee
specifically
spectating,
NA.
you'll be on the outside of D, so towards the east side. For ice, you'll be on the east as well.
Always 4 5. Okay.
Yeah, 4 or D, or just south of 4, and on the outside for.
I'm not
for
insane.
fire.
Good.
Yeah.
You only be on the inside if you're paired with mid.
Better range.
Paired with mid.
Is
Yeah.
it specifically mid? Okay.
Yeah,
It showed up
D3, D1,
for one
D2,
frame.
D4.
Okay.
So maybe it really
may
was
only
so
be on the
close that
inside,
technically I was supposed to be dead.
If it's tank
This is
killers, or sorry,
A
if it's
0
TKs,
HP health bar just shows up
Yeah.
and then goes away.
We'll test my knowledge of that very quickly.
They will try to not grieve. 2 stack always goes to 2.
Yes.
For high concept.
What I think happened is because my feet touched the ground on client side in death wall, it sent my client sent that I was supposed to die, but on server side it was saying I was still in the air.
Did we do 4 through?
So there was some kind of weird conflict. That's my best guess anyway.
Just pick one, and that's it.
Yeah, the boss got his G City
It's
refunded.
4 through 1.
4 3 2 1.
Yeah, 4 3 2 1. I just looked at the channel. Here should be good. I'm done whenever.
Oh, congrats, brats. I don't know why I decided to say it like that. That's how it's spelled. What is the opener here? Fast opener? I'm not sure.
You think it too?
I'll invuln first.
I didn't think you could fit in here. No.
I have a lot of windows to hopefully.
Fox wants to spread. If spread. Stack. Purple sword. We're gonna spend. Spread east.
Oh, maybe I had my position wrong there, Rin.
Thanks, fine thing. Fire.
I tricked myself because I didn't see that.
Yeah, let me double check. Maybe you're in the corner, Rin, not me.
Main sink in corner.
Okay.
Main tank's in corner off.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm one row off. Sorry.
But I made space.
Yep.
Actually, what if we sent the off tank to the corner and then we had to then run from the east to northwest? That'd be cool, right? And just normal spread spots mid from door boss.
Why does it sound like you're making fun of pugs? Surely you couldn't be.
No reason.
That definitely
not
doesn't
what
sound
they
like
said.
something I've had to do before.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch that happen when they don't get to the corner.
Yes.
The good old BP strat.
I don't understand. It's almost like the autos are following me. That's really weird. Oh, I get the nothing job.
Slot Simulator. Stop.
Alright, they wanted my Heart of Light later. I just realized.
We reversed reprisal.
We reversed them? Oh, okay.
Yes, that one was supposed to be mine because I have no weave windows after this, but I will make one.
Okay.
Green. Sea occupied later. East.
The long north?
Long south. Long south. Green.
So normally I would get this reprisal coming at Rin, but now neither of us have it? Okay.
No, I have it.
Oh, you have it, right, okay.
I saw that you didn't have it up for Anapyre, so I did it.
Okay.
Come over to the one.
Oh, those. Yeah.
I see you.
Red.
Going in the corner. And then you have reprisal?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Let me get some autos together.
You're involved, right?
Yeah, this will be my Living Dead and your mitigation.
This will be purple middle for upper one and two. That was inverted. This is normal. First round. Stack. Red. This will be inverted. Ice. Fire.
Some keys for the red rocks.
East, figure and cover. Figure and cover.
Ah, and you recorrected the reprisal. Okay, we don't have reprisal for high console.
Yeah,
I just pressed it because I wanted to make sure.
I used mine on the red one.
Okay, I have mine.
Oh no.
We need that guy.
I had no Heart of Corundum, I used it on mid for the raid wide.
We should be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Still ahead of the
check.
check.
Yeah.
Yep.
Zeph will just be no debuff.
Yep. We going middle, Theo? Oh wait, you can't talk, I'll just follow.
Blue.
to
What?
cast on Kinky here.
Remember, this
I'll
is
let
the
you
funny
stay.
thing with the
I'll let
tethers
you stay
later.
here
This is
too.
We go to the
funny
cross.
thing with the tethers later.
Oh wait, there's one back. Mechanic. Yeah.
Yeah,
It wasn't going to hit
vision
middle.
here.
I skipped a step, but the middle should have been safe.
Gets died to damage.
Mm? Yeah. I was
You come to the
full,
middle
wasn't
for
I?
healing.
Yeah.
No, you went up for.
Pretty sure I was full.
Yeah, I realized I skipped a step. I was committing to the middle though. Once I
You
realized.
were at 64 points.
I should have been okay.
66 points.
Kiss too much? That wasn't us blowing up, right? A momentary touch doesn't kill you. It's not like Nissi.
You also have
What
to
did
gears of
cause
his
the explosion there?
Yes.
Maz said Yetza died to damage.
Good check.
Yeah, how did that kill? Was Yetza over here? Was it the dot?
For the ice, as a flexor, you are never baiting it. For tanks and melees, specifically. You will be positioned in between two players.
I got rescued, but where I was standing was not a issue. Not that the rescue caused one.
Well, it could potentially misbait if the other person is standing a little bit further.
But they weren't.
There is a
That's the strat, like,
mosquito
you stand in the middle of the way
in my face.
I'm very tired. I apologize.
Please go away.
This is gonna keep this flexible. Dark. Bro, east. Yeah, the deepest flexing. Fire.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
Green. See occupied later. West.
As getting that full meditate.
Longs are stuck. Green. West again.
The tree. Twice in a row.
Spread now. Like this one cast. Yes, we
middle.
Meelee's flexing.
The no brain roll.
Both converted. First go. Stop. Spread. Inverted as well. Meelee's flexing. Second row. Fire. First row ice. East.
Rejoice and partake of my gift!
Okay, that Heart of Light didn't last. That was my first time trying it. Fell off like 2 seconds early.
Please match on the meditate.
West.
Unlucky, Maz.
I'll take west.
Okay.
I'll take east.
Okay.
I'll take east. Yeah.
Okay.
Along AB north.
Oh.
I don't remember the funny power thing.
You still late?
For some reason, I thought I was long.
Did you forget that you also had to merge?
No?
No, I thought you'd just come to me.
No, there's no fucking way. I'm leaving.
Yeah, I was standing there because I was just wondering why I was so confused. Oh, I used my 1 minute at a very bad time. Oh well. Yeah, I was thinking about pre-using No Mercy, but then I got completely thrown off by the weird thing that happened there. Second from the left. That was a sneaky one. That was barely visible.
What present?
Oh.
Red man.
Red man.
Would
Did we
anyone
get
like the
anything
red man
good?
weapon?
Oh.
I would like it. Yes, please.
You already have it though.
Does mid have it? Oh, he already has it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's guarded,
okay,
so you can
also
take
Coffer
authorization,
goes
yeah.
to Happy. Chest coffer goes to Yetzer.
Then last one is me, right? That's the only other weapon we need?
Correct, yeah.
As long as I have no need to play Bard, correct?
We'll have a spare one so you can
Yeah.
yoink it.
think. Do I have 8 books? I think I have 8 books this week anyway.
And
If I don't have to go
hang
samurai, then
on.
I don't need another one.
If no one needs chest, then I could take chest and buy weapon. And that way we can give extra weapons to people that need it.
I do still need chests, but I can also spend 8 books on chest.
You have a higher chest priority than me. What I'm saying is when it's my turn for the weapon,
yeah.
I could get chest instead. And then we can just give weapons out.
You have no use for extra chest pieces now.
I mean, make sure one of you greet that,
Like,
yeah. Oh, he dropped
why would
to the
you?
floor.
Why would you?
I literally couldn't take it.
Do you already have your weapons up?
No, I need both weapon and chest, but I'm spending pages on one and being given the other.
You mean okay? So book your weapon.
Yeah.
Chest coffers have a spare weapon coffer.
Yep.
Okay. I mean,
that should give
but
us
what if
2
you-
extra weapon coffers.
What if Paladin is viable then? Then what?
Well, then
I'm
we
sure you
still
would
have
want to
2
book
extra weapon coffers.
Are you
Like,
are
Happy
you
can
gonna wait
take
to buy
one,
your
and
weapon?
then...
Oh, you're gonna wait. Okay. Are you gonna wait to buy your weapon for like when you know what you're gonna be progging on?
Yeah, I
Is that what
guess
you're
I
saying?
should,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, if that's the case, then you. I think the only thing we really need to talk about is scheduling. So I think to make it easier, we could extend 1 hour later instead of starting 1 hour earlier as well. So instead of making people wake up at, what is it, like, is it
Would
3
rather
a.m. for
not
you,
play
Happy?
till 4 a.m.
Listen, I'm doing what the team wants me to do. If you want to go later, I won't complain. But I've already agreed to what's there anyway. So
Yeah, it depends on so.
I have 8 a.m. shifts, so I
Oh,
really
okay.
cannot go later than 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah, that's like not even 4 hours sleep.
Okay, then yeah, we'll just have to be starting early then.
That's what I committed to.
It'll be an hour earlier from our usual start times. This was an hour later, so it'll be 2 hours prior from the start time today, which is 3 hours from before, from now. Yeah. You go back 3 hours. Okay. Tomorrow will be re-clears plus the prep list.
Even though my inputs were really relaxed today, I've still got a bit of a niggling feeling in my hand, so I think I should continue to rest.
Usual end time, but 1 hour earlier start time. I can put that timestamp in announcements. I get that. Start off with re-clears, and then do a little break, and then go into prep.
Like, we've got team prep, so I'll have ample time to continue practicing Gunbreaker. I'm just not gonna pug relentlessly if I don't need to.
I think I'll be doing... How many days do we want? Do we want 4 days? So it'll be with 4-hour sessions.
Yeah, that's what we were aiming for, wasn't it? If we were doing 5-hour sessions, we could do 3. If we do 4-hour sessions, we do 4.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, 15 to 20, but we don't really want to push 20.
I think 4 is good, also accounting for the fact that sometimes people might have reasons to need to take days off.
Yeah, don't want to push too much. Okay. That's it for today, then. I don't really have much else to say. It was mainly just the schedule thing I wanted to talk about.
Right in time for Crisis Core to release.
That today.
Well, it's technically tomorrow. It's out in Japan right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
First or second week, yeah, and then Savage would be a week after that. So we're expecting, I think it was 17th or 24th of January, we were expecting Savage. Sorry, Ultimate. I meant to say Ultimate this whole time. No shot 17th, Maz says. Yeah, that's true. It's always just a little bit into the month. So 24th is very highly likely. You can kind of calculate it based off live letter, right? On the 23rd. It's usually live letter, then 2 weeks, then... hang on, is it usually 2 weeks? 23rd to 30th, and then... Must be 3 weeks. 11 days after would be on the 3rd, wouldn't it? But it's a public holiday in Japan. Okay. Yes, okay. That makes sense then. Time to finish last OCE quest. I was very close to the end, wasn't I? There wasn't much left. Yeah, 30th is more cursed than 23rd. Or, you know, they could just delay through the entire holiday period. And I don't think people would particularly mind. I've never participated in the Moogle Tome event. I just see them pop up in my inventory sometimes, of which I have none right now. Is Fenrir Pup worth anything? What? Where did these come from? What is all this? Oh, I'm on OCE. I didn't even realize I swapped characters. I somehow did it subconsciously. You're here. Good, we can set out again. Oh. I see. They didn't like that I logged out and left them behind. What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is a marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, ZhephZaeora has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tomestones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tomestones are for. Voidsent returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appeared to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. Oh. I haven't read the story, Lin 6. I skipped it initially and I saved this character to do the story, and then, well, last year happened. I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. Alchemia? Oh, that's what it's called. There's an elephant here? I've literally never seen them before. Why, Master Vritra, how may we serve you this morning? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we're still tending to it. No, there is no rush. Pray take as much time as you require and know that I have complete faith in your work. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies and can provide you with healing as well. Oh, it's like Alchemia? Alchemia? I can't look at the map right now. Now that I think on it, you weren't at all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was the soul occupying a vessel not my own? I was wondering why she didn't say anything about that. It's hardly uncommon in our world. When given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumoured guest. We've been most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No. I've had enough food for now, and can always obtain more without the need for inane chatter. Whew! Wow. Now, no need to decline outright. I dare say if you're tired... Oh, I dare say if you're tired, so let us save it for another time and return to Megaduda. Wait, I dare say you were tired. Where's the if coming from? If aught oh, there's the if. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. Alchemia. Yeah. Sounds like alchemy. When did they implement being able to have companions teleport with you? Because this whole sequence would have been awful if it was still there. That's pretty early on then. Some sort of fruit? Pitiful things though. I imagine you'd need to eat a... I'd imagine you'd need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous Thavnarian weave. Rui, I am reading a cutscene. How many points have you got left? Yes, peace and quiet. At least 100k. Okay, so he's running out. Wait, he said at least. Oops. They were saying back in 6.0 that they were already planning on changing that but couldn't make it before 6.1. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people have at least 100k. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Master Vritra, and Zeph too. If it isn't young Mirad, and that must be your sister, Yazra, is all well at the orphanage. Oh, Rin. You must have done a short, just raiding stream. If you need more rest, I hope you get it, and I hope it's good. Ah, I see. See you later, Rin. Hope all's well. Yeah, you actually can with the raid. Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are very nice, and we all look out for one another. Oh. Just the other day, Estinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Truly? Estinian paid you a visit? He's actually a big softie. That is well. Is she a new friend? Friend? You know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She is a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. Like kill? Play with. Zeno seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? Yes. I see. But is having someone to play with so fulfilling? I still do not understand why. Why he traversed the great expanse, why he risked life and limb for you. Excuse me. Huh? Did I skip the Dragoon? What do you mean? I might have missed one. But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I am not Xenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Well, we had better get back to our errand. Goodbye. It was nice meeting you. Aggressive wave. I'm gonna wave to my friends like that next time I say goodbye. In all fairness, Agile, there were a lot of links, so pretty easy to miss just one. Through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. Xenos is not really the kind of person where you would get a good perspective on how the world works, I feel. It's also strange. Your behavior and your reasons, I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and 'twas in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to Megaduta. I have my The Witness voice while I am reading? What is my The Witness voice? You mean like the little sound snippets, the readings that are scattered throughout the world? I'm having a trip over my tongue day. Little more than usual when reading. Some days it's good, some days it's bad. Might just be due to general fatigue. Welcome back, Master ZhephZaeora. Will you be heading to the guest chambers? You woke up 10 minutes ago, your brain isn't fully operational. So you got, what, 2 more hours to go? Yeah, that party never disbanded.
So, what are your impressions of ZhephZaeora?
There's a lot of mortals.
I have some bad news. I went to the shops earlier. They had no rotisserie chicken. Not a single one. And I wasn't even there late. It was like 6 PM. Who asked? I saw one on the table. Yeah, right there.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power. The power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria.
Which game are they called that
My
in?
mother was one such Memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
And so you were born part Void Sent, before the world was overcome.
Yeah, I thought it was 13.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass?
Or at least that's the one that I had
Did
exposure
Nomadians
to.
not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call void scent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition, into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a void scent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
That would be a really long explanation.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light. Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free ZhephZaeora. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more.
A lot of apples.
I will consider this a deposit.
I was thinking that just before Dr. Disconnect. I'm wondering if they actually go that angle, since it's kind of the same as Shadowbringers. Depends how they spin the story, I guess. Though our time in the Void was short, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend. Your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. What is that? Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts, of this we can be sure. But with you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed, that we will find and liberate my sister, and that we shall return home together. Feels like they're trying to resolve the entire 13th Golbez arc before the next X-Pack. Yeah, if they do that, maybe it's a little bit rushed. Yeah, we beat him, but then what about the rest of the stuff?
And now, Barbaricia. Useless, the both of them.
It was no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
There's gonna be an even bigger bad? I mean, that's kind of what happened, right? The progression of Shadowbringers to Endwalker was sort of just realizing that who you thought was the bad guy was actually Small Fry and there was someone above that. And then you realize they're also Small Fry and there's someone even further above that. Golbez is probably Small Fry. I bet he's gonna be a solo duty.
And their search for the dragon. will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee its success, however, I will require Cagnezzo's cooperation. There's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for scheming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Some excitement for experiment.
Oh yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna see a bigger bad than Endsinger.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free.
That's an Ascian, right? A white-robed Ascian?
As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled.
He sounds kind of evil. Even realms long lost to dark may find in memory rebirth spark. Memes are the source of rebirth. Well, finally caught up. That means this character can actually unlock raids? Where does that happen again? Can we even get... Oh, I know, I haven't done raid story either. At this hour, Goshu? It's 2:36 AM. Why does this eye look so low quality? I think I need a coffee before I continue. It's cold, sleepy. Yeah, coffee break for everyone. Is there a trailer for Death Stranding 2? Oh, there is. I would like to watch that. Losing myself in the world of Death Stranding for another couple of days sounds like a good idea. When the next one comes out. Couple of days? Hopefully a week, if not more. Okay, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Breaking news. Study shows that everyone in this chat is cute. Incorrect, I'm EP. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. Hit the corner a couple of times. Clip? The last corner hit was only like 2 days ago. Oh. So, the reason I'm sneezing so much is because the woolen socks that I've been wearing all winter now have holes in them. And the holes are letting cold air onto my feet. Winter was 6 months ago, by the way, and I'm still wearing them. Mend them? I don't know how. Get new socks. I like these socks, Rui. They're so cozy. They were also a gift. Handmade. Not store-bought. Learn? There are a lot of things I want to learn, and only so much time. Unfortunately, learning to knit is not high on my list. I wish I could learn time. You'd think it wouldn't be a problem, considering it's the 13th day of summer, and summer typically starts in November. You would think. And here we are. Sneezing because I have a hole in my sock. What are things I'd like to learn most? Game programming is number one. Yeah, half the country was on fire because of the heat 3 years ago. I mean, with that in mind, Jamba, you'd probably take this over that, right? It's safer. Because to be honest, I didn't really like going into summer wondering if I was going to burn down or not every year. %5 in rage, P8S, failed a potential clear because missed tower. Oh man. That's when you need Fluffer to be on hand to just sack himself to towers. Yeah, I know the BRB's there. I've kind of just been passively staring at it myself while sipping my coffee, but yeah, instead, let's watch a trailer. Oh, he's dropping things? Did you guys hear that? Ah, the classic whistling. Oh. That's a bit of a different theme. Wait, clap? Why is it clapping? Is there not an isolated trailer? Without the clapping and cheering, or is this the only source of it? Everything I'm seeing is saying that it's from the Game Awards. Where can I find just the trailer? I'm not finding it. I'm scrolling down. I'm not seeing it. Isn't that what I was just looking at? No, it's not. Okay. In-game cinematics. The last one came out on PS4, didn't it? Cheek physics.
So let love warm you till the morning. I'll stay with you by your side. Close your tired eyes.
Are they there for the real Babby?
And soon I'll see your smile in a dream.
Oh, maybe it's because she took it out of its, pod.
It's okay. I'll always be with you. And don't worry. It's okay.
I'm gonna need to brush up on the lore of the first one again. I can't remember... Did the people, like the main character, was he able to come back from death because of BB? I'm gonna sneeze again. No, I'm not. No, was that just a trait he had? I can't remember. Because he's a repatriate. Okay.
No one should have to suffer such loss. You know, I meant it when I said I understand how you feel. But if you hold on to the sadness, it will weigh you down like an anchor.
Oh, that cliff face looks really good.
Come meet my crew, Sam. It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
It wasn't the UCA that made the final decision. It was APAC, a private corporation.
So let love warm you till the morning.
Oh.
Well.
Oh. The singing in Kojima games is always kind of creepy and unsettling. I very much look forward to that. Roy Cringe Baker. I don't even know who that is. Not by name, anyway. I don't know... I actually just don't know who that is. Oh, he's a voice actor, that's why. He was Joel in The Last of Us? You wonder how high he is when writing these games? Well, I wasn't familiar with SCPs when I played the first one, but I've since become familiar with them, and I feel like you could probably just read SCPs and then write some really wacky narrative like that that's inspired by whatever you just read. Because those are the sorts of themes. Like the visual themes and sort of the weird places beyond death and that sort of thing. It's those are typical themes of SCPs. I actually think it's a crying shame we don't get more cinema based off SCPs. There's so much potential. Although there are independent films, and honestly, probably independent films would represent them better than anything trying to be a blockbuster. Remember X-Files? I'm aware of it. I never watched it though. I was too young. Oh, because it's all public domain, so they can't make money, right? So indie films are where it's at. Only thing you remember from X-Files was a kid getting his arm stuck in the vending machine. Oh. SCP games. I was intending on playing the one based off IKEA. Or rather, the SCP based on IKEA, but the game itself called it IKEA. Forget the name of that one. Wait, is that the Swedish way of pronouncing it? Huh. Itemized list of the best SCP games. Well, there is a pretty hefty backlog, but I would like to hear it. Good job, nerd. No, look, Pudding, it was unintentional this time. Most of the time it's intentional. Call me a nerd for those ones, not this one. Is there a Discord channel for it? There's not. Is that Lost Ark channel still getting used? Revenge. 2022. Middle of the year. We can probably retire the channel. But yeah, Death Stranding 2 looks really good. Like, visually looks really good. That was all, in-engine cinematics. According to the what's it called? The thing. The watermark. He keeps saying it's called DS2. Oh, that's unusual because people refer to Dark Souls 2 as DS2. It's also unusual because I have a tendency to not abbreviate things or use acronyms. I, more often than not, sound out the entire name of something rather than abbreviating. Jedi Survivor. Is that the one that was teased a very long time ago? No, maybe that already came out. Animal from the Muppets. Who is Animal? Oh, that guy's called Animal. I didn't even know that. The red hairy dude. I didn't even know that was his name. You hope they built up the engine? Yeah, I hope so. That's why I asked, did anyone answer? It was PS4, wasn't it? That it came out on, so that was its limitations at the time. Was it PS4? How long has the PS5 been out for? I feel like PS5's been out for a weird amount of time, considering it still feels new due to scarcity. Yeah, so, built for PS5. Hopefully, yeah. Because one of the, if not the best thing about Death Stranding for me was the world. Just the visuals and the world design. The environment design. So, if we get more of that, but built for the PS5, that excites me a lot. I haven't actually seen the 16 trailer yet. I didn't see anything from the Game Awards. I was asleep. All I know is I woke up to some French kid memeing on Game of the Year. Was he French? We don't hate you, Agile. It's okay. What doing now? Raid story. I think I've... Oh, no think. I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearken to the crystal's whispers, and oh. And I must say... Interrupted. Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, Zeph. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, the Miz and Ericthonios... Is that how you say it? The Miz? The Miz? Was sufficient to restore order to the Circle of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandemonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Cold spaghetti isn't that bad? No, it's not. Themers? Thermos? Themis? Heal, heal thy burger. Theme is. Did I miss a sub? Tapro? 23 minutes ago. Was that when I was AFK? Made it to a year, thank you. Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. I feel like we've done this before, Agile.
Famous.
Famous?
Famous.
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 Famous. He's saying famous.
Famous.
Is this another one of those things where if you think a certain word, it sounds like that? And if you think the other one, it sounds like that instead?
Famous. Famous.
No, I actually can't hear anything other than famous.
Famous.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to this website. Just because it doesn't even sound like a TH. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Zeph grace us with his protection? You call him Temis? That guy over there. Fair enough, Rui. I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusenord. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nested within Pandemonium, where this all began. But that guy's called Rui. Rusenord. People mispronounce your name all the time. You mean your IRL in real life name? Yeah, same here. I grew up with my surname being mispronounced. And it's not even hard if you follow the basic rules of English. That's the problem, though. People can't pronounce Rui. Wait. Is that your real name? Or they also can't pronounce Rui. John Rui. We've been over this before, have we? Sorry, Rui. My memory's about as bad as yours. It's not a secret. Have we actually been over this? This feels like news to me. Rui. You would be the first Rui I've ever heard of. Is it short for anything? Actually just Rui. I didn't think it was a real name. You're welcome. Well, Roy, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm not saying it's cringe. I've just never heard of Rui being a name. But I always assumed Flufferbutt Butterbuns was Fluffer's full name. Because that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I know Flufferbutt is one of your cats. When's Butterbuns? Yeah, I was thinking yellow/orange. Hello, well. Reminds me of how my dad, his family used to have a dog. They named it Larry before they found out it was a girl. So their dog was Larry the girl. Your cousin's cat is named George. That's so funny. Hey, some cats are missile launchers. That's no joke. Wow, 4D, wow. Why is your name WoW 4D WoW? Claudian? That's because he is a nerd, Jamba. Long story on your phone would take too long. Okay. I told you guys the origins of Zeph, didn't I? Pretty sure I have. You don't remember it? I mentioned earlier how my parents were in France for a bit. And they both speak French. My dad drew a portrait of my mum. Once he signed off on it, Zheph, with the phonetic spelling in French, which was ZEF, with some kind of accents on it. And when I was making my RuneScape character in 2004, I wanted to call myself Zeph, but it was taken. So I just messed with the spelling to extend it and make it unique, because I've always been against using numbers in my names. I wanted it to be unique. Especially in 2004, when there were still so many options. The world was your oyster back then. You could call yourself anything and it wouldn't be taken. Well, almost. Almost anything. I just said Zeph was taken, but that was a 3-letter name. And 3 letters was the character limit. I don't know if it still is, but it was the character limit. The minimum character limit for names in RuneScape. So pretty much every 3-letter combination was taken. This would be an inappropriate time to say your mum. Why? Yeah, I've seen a few 1 and 2 character names as well. Was that like Legacy from RuneScape Classic? Is that what you're getting out of it, Agile? So I always find it interesting that I have been Zeph since 2004. And how long ago was that? 18 years? I've been Zeph for 18 years? Zeph is old enough to drink alcohol in Australia. You've been what since 2004? Pudding? Oh. Wow. Guess I walked into that one. No, I wasn't expecting it at all. I expect D's nuts jokes. I didn't see that one coming. You've been DN. What does DN mean, Chucky? Please enlighten me. Donut. Deed's nuts were meat, weren't they? It was like not even nuts. It was something else entirely. It was just the brand was Deets. Meat nuts. Wait, doesn't that make them actually Deets nuts? Stalling. I've been on this dialogue for so long. Okay. From all that we have heard, it appears that time travel traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. Doing Raid Story, Winter? Because I haven't read it yet. Neither do I, Rui. Yeah, we've stalled for a long time. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloguing the ancient creations. Morning, Noir. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? Can you hear me tapping my mouse passively while I talk? Probably. Sorry. Let me put my fiddling fingers away. In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Was there something wrong with that, Rui? I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. No time for that. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the Professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely after... Sorry, I just started laughing about Rui's reaction to what I said. It just suddenly hit me. Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal... The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain... Why am I laughing at it now? I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Zeph, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. I can't read. Feels like I'm back in high school when I'm sitting in front of the teacher and I'm supposed to not be laughing, but I can't help it. And that just makes it worse. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. Yeah, and then you're the one that made it weird. Well, I don't know. That's just how it came out. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Rui, stop, that's enough. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the Ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Zeph has yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. Well, that's never let us down before. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Oh, hello. That story is next. I want to hear the BGM for this area again. Them is... That's correct, Pudding. Oh, I just... You seek records of Pandemonium's creations? Master Themiz has just finished pursuing the very same. Themiz? Is that what we're settling on? Themiz? Themiz? Themis. Themis. The Miss. The Miserable. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. You know the movie Les Miserables? Have you ever heard a bogan Australian say the name of that before? They would never say the whole thing, they just say Les Mis. Oi mate, you wanna go see Les Mis? It's literally all Aussies actually. Yeah, but when you hear it in a thick Australian accent, it's even worse. Beak. The Miz. I don't know who The Miz is. Les Mis? It's informally known as Les Mis? Isn't that just because people can't be bothered trying? You love how literally anything is enough to resume the stalling. Just the name of the character was enough to send us in a spiral again. You read the book in high school, is it good? That one was that the Anne Hathaway musical? It's old and depressing. No, the movie, the film adaptation was a musical, is what I'm saying. That's the one that put it into mainstream. Oh, yeah, it's not a musical. Isn't the whole thing literally just singing? Isn't there like 1 or 2 lines of normal dialogue in the entire film? I think there's like actually only 1 or 2 spoken lines, and the rest is singing. You don't think there's a worse way to interpret it than to have it adapted as a musical? Was it a theatre production first? As a musical? Is that why? No? No, I mean, obviously the book, but then like... the thing that made the movie a musical, was it theatre first? Or was it just straight from book to musical in film? Broadway, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, it was Broadway first, wasn't it? And so it adapted Broadway into film, and that's why it was a musical. Yeah, it was a musical turned book, just like how Cowboy Bebop invented jazz. Well, yeah, Persona did it first, but that's why Cowboy Bebop challenges our perception of time. Because they were able to invent jazz after Persona way back when. Whenever it came out, I can't remember the name. The year, off the top of my head. That's why it's such a mind bender. 2016. No, Cowboy Bebop came out in 2020. 2021. The original and best Cowboy Bebop. What are you doing? The scene with Ed was my favorite. The best one. The amount of emotion that that scene was able to evoke is actually really impressive. I don't think I've ever felt so much discomfort from watching something than that one scene. It's actually impressive. You just felt bad for John Cho. I think the live-action adaptations of anime as a trend needs to die. Mayhaps a quick nappy? We'll see if I'm still here by then, because I'm also kind of eepy. The neck of the Lala is getting stiff. Okay. So you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. We made progress. Oh, he's gone. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erichthonios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the Naos to Pandemonium. Okay, that's enough BGM. The first Mario movie? You mean the two dudes in blue overalls Mario movie? The Mario Bros? I haven't seen it. I don't know anything about it except that I've seen the cover. Hello, Zora. Hello, Theb. I hope you feel well soon. Where we learn Luigi's full name is Luigi Mario. Then what's Mario's name? Mario then. Since they're the Mario brothers. Oh no, Theo can't even say orc. Truly a fate worse than death. At least he got to make the tree multiple times today though. John Mario. Here again. Isn't this where we first learnt to feed lightning sprites? No? Where was that then? Where are we? That was somewhere else? Over here? Oh, this one. It's just the same type of building. Soju or beer? Probably soju, honestly. Depends on the weather. You are asking Theo? Oh, sorry. Apparently soju is the world's most popular alcohol. Is that true? And by most popular, I mean most consumed. It's not necessarily popular worldwide, but in terms of consumption, it is apparently the most popular. What does it resemble? Is it... What's it made of? I can't remember. A quick Google will tell me. What is soju made of? Distilled rice. I thought it was rice. But then I was thinking of sake. But I guess it's just a different process. I thought I was confusing it with sake when I was thinking rice. But yeah, in terms of taste, yeah, it's a little sweet, a little fruity. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. When my friends and I used to go to the Korean restaurant like once a week, we would always get a bottle of soju to share. I am ignoring Rui. What am I ignoring? What did he say? He said Zeph with a comma, suggesting he wanted to follow up with something. What is it, Rui? Co-op Slayer? In RuneScape? It is good, Bondi. That's why I'm so sad that the Korean restaurant that we went to, which was my favorite restaurant, shut down. Long ago. Really sad. I haven't found a replacement restaurant for that one. I just don't have a favorite restaurant. I have a favorite burger joint. I don't have a favorite restaurant though. No, Chucky, I don't. Even though the list is one long, that still doesn't qualify as a favorite. Even though technically it should be, it's not. That's how much I despise it. Large pizza-sized pancakes. What's that, 12 inches? Here's a fun horse fact. They're coming and you can't outrun them. Oh. Oh, okay. That reminds me of primary school when we would do creative writing. We would write stories. And I would write the most raw XD random stuff in my stories, and I thought it was hilarious. But this was before the internet, so I guess I was doing it first, huh? Oops. Today you learnt I'm cringe. No, but it wouldn't actually be raw XD. It would just be I would write stories, and because you know how in day-to-day life random things will happen, like someone will just trip over. They'll trip on a loose bit of pavement or something. But in movies, everything is always so perfect that those random things never happen. Well, in my story writing, I would make those things happen. I would just throw in the most random stuff. Like, I would love it if in a serious scene in a movie, someone just tripped. And just carried on. Because that's what you do in real life. You trip and you just carry on. I think there was actually something that happened in a movie that I thought was like an unintentional goof, and I thought it was the most hilarious thing. But I was just interpreting it wrong. I can't remember what it was, though. Now don't do that. No. Today's stream is peace and quiet. Don't do that. I'm changing it back. Yeah, we got pretty close there, Jammer, huh? That was a close one. Oof. Might have been in Transformers, actually. The original Transformers, I think there was something really random that happened that I thought was hilarious. Wait, yeah, what have I been donor walling? You have abyssal demons to slay. Okay. Unfortunately, Rui, I never managed to level my Slayer high enough to slay abyssal demons, because back then it would take absolutely forever. In fact, leveling Slayer might have been the last thing I was working on before I stopped playing. I wonder what I got up to, maybe in the 60s. Yeah, good money, but back then, Rui, it took so long. Oh, it still takes forever? Because you get, I don't know, you get like 50 experience per mob or something like that. You have to kill thousands to level up. Beast taming? Summoning? I was kind of disappointed by summoning when it came out. I was so excited for it, and then it turned into, it actually just turned out to be pouch crafting. That was the most efficient way to level. Just create pouches and toss them away. Because trying to sell them is not worth the time. It's literally pouch crafting now? Oh, so it hasn't changed? Yeah, you don't toss the higher end ones, but I really didn't like... Like, one thing I really liked about RuneScape, Rui, early on, was how so many things had value. There wasn't a lot of junk. Stuff could be used here or there in, like, crafting recipes, or whatever you call it, and cooking and stuff. And then summoning came out, and I didn't like how wasteful it was. Like, you just invest all these resources into this stuff that you just toss away. Because it doesn't actually have value. I also just didn't like how you had to acquire it. Like, you had to kill things to get the coins. It was just a pain. And, like, slow and RNG as well. And then you would just craft the pouches and toss it. That just didn't sit right with me. It's not that it didn't sit right with me, I just found it very uninspired. Because my, how old was I at the time? I was probably like, 15 or so when it came out. So my 15-year-old brain was thinking summoning, so we're gonna level up by using summons in combat and stuff like that. Kind of like other combat skills. But then it turned out to be pouch making. So you can sort of see where my disappointment came from, right? Couple of the day. I haven't done couple of the day in ages. It's too late. I'm not even subscribed to the game. Yeah, a lot of RuneScape quests are very unforgiving. You know what, Rui? I actually used to love doing the sliding puzzles in RuneScape. I actually used to record them and upload to YouTube. I used to speedrun the puzzles. And I would get accused of cheating and speeding up the video. So they all got downvotes. They all got dislikes. Or actually, it was 1-star ratings at the time. In the olden days of YouTube. Nowadays, everyone uses plugins that instantly solve the sliding puzzles. Oh, that's so lame. I remember people used to spend the 100k on, what was the Monkey Island quest? Monkey Madness. People used to spend 100, or was it 200k? 200k to skip the Monkey Madness puzzle. Zero slots remain in my inventory. RuneScape 3, but when I was playing, it was old school. Like, it was the original old school. Unable to apply glamour plates here. Wait, wrong place. If I go back, you can gift me a month of membership through in-game bonds. You're probably filthy rich, aren't you? I have a friend from high school that had a Santa hat. That he bought for 7 mil. He fished lobsters on that island. What was that island called? It started with a K. Karamja? The new Folding Ideas video. Have I watched a single Folding Ideas video? This? Well, I mean, it's a Star-Spangled Subligar. It's for fishing. It's fishing attire. That's why it has sequins, because they reflect light in the water and it attracts fish. Okay, Rui. Maybe one day. I think Rui, before I stopped playing, I peaked at about 100 mil. But I had just bought an Armadillo set for 70 mil at the time. And then I stopped playing. And I checked in a couple of years later and it was worth like, I don't know, 5 mil, if that. And so I was like, well, guess I just threw away a bunch of money. You have 2 gold fats, and I can have one to say I have a fat. Okay. Yeah, party hat. Pea hat. Cracking a fat actually means something in Australia. That's a term I haven't heard in a long time. No, I'm not gonna say what it is, just Google it. It's on Urban Dictionary. Wait, late for what? Where are you going? Okay, see you later, Rui. Lunch date. Ooh. Oh wait, he said that? Yeah, imagine if I wasn't dono walling him. Can't believe we ruined Rui's date just to talk about RuneScape. Yeah, now that Rui's gone, I can actually progress. Whoops. As I've pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the waters we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erichthonios were 2 sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bald hatred. It's a nice cloud. What's Blemfood? I don't know. You think we can summon THD while he's prepping for the race? Probably not. I think you guys summoned THD too much. I told you you're gonna waste. Like, you devalued the token. And now he's just going to ignore us now. You abused it, and now he's gone. I normally watch all the cutscenes at Riku, just usually way later. And this is way later. Oh, okay, Rui. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel... Oh. They are... What's the word? Tempered. Yeah, it's the chat who cried THD. That's a perfect way of putting it. Rui's probably in the shower. Sounds dangerous. If it's a waterproof phone, it's probably fine. My phone's splash proof, but I've never been tempted to try it in the shower. I have way too many nightmares about dropping my phone or falling in a pool or being pushed into a pool and having my phone in my pocket. I have those sorts of dreams all the time. Deep in thought? No reason why you can't listen to something and be deep in thought at the same time. I would probably play stall teams in competitive Pokemon. I don't even know what that would be. It's actually true. Rui's presence caused me to stall again. How far off am I to beating Rich? What? I've clocked in way more stall hours than Rich. Okay, these are all... I recall the name Shedinja, but... I don't know Toxapex. Hello, Gecko. We are stalling. How about you? You're pretty sure Rich would have at least clicked on the next dialogue by now? Are you sure about that? Shedinja has 1 HP but is immune to all damage that isn't super effective. What type is it? Bug Ghost. Oh. Yeah, Ghost is annoying. Because any physical attack just misses, doesn't it? And then Bug. What's good against Bug? Fire. Thanks for follow, Cora. Fire, flying, and quality assurance. Got it. You want someone to wash your back because your shoulder is kind of balked? Do you have a scrubber that you normally use that you can't use because of your shoulder? You could make it immune to another type, so it just becomes even more annoying. My competitive Pokemon arc? I know very little about the Pokemon games. The last one I played was probably like 15 years ago, maybe more. Maybe I would enjoy optimizing Pokemon teams. There's probably a lot to learn though, huh? So it's just a slow death. Are you serious? I just grabbed that mosquito, I squeezed in my hand, I rubbed my fingers together, I open my hand and it just flies out. Like, why? How can you do that? A simulator website? Wouldn't I need some kind of baseline knowledge though to get started? I don't think it would make much sense for me to start trying to build teams when I don't really understand how things work. It's true, Rui. One of my problems with Slay the Spire is that, and this is probably the thing that really annoys the Slay the Spire mains, like they can't stand it, is that I can't resist doing things that seem fun, even if it's not optimal. And that sort of thing just seems to drive them mad. So if I wanted to actually learn to play optimally, I would have to resist making the fun decisions. Isn't that the whole point of a roguelite? Yeah. I mean, there's an appeal to it both ways. There's having fun, and then there's also having fun trying to get a really good win rate. Two different types of fun. And the Slay the Spire mains fall into the latter category. Whereas me, as a newbie to the game, sees a world of fun opportunity, and I just want to take it. Enjoy my naivety for a bit. Before the nerd takes over. I'm definitely someone that likes being optimal, but as it is right now, I know so little about the game that it all just seems fun. Just trying different things. And that's also the process of learning, right? You try different things, you see what works, you see what doesn't. You realize that some interactions don't behave the way you expected. And some people just don't seem to understand that. They can't stand it. They want you to be perfect, and if you're not, they want you to listen to them. But learning is a part of the process. And you actually understand things better when you understand why things are the way they are rather than just being told. Through first-hand experience. I hate the silent. Is that the poison one? Yeah, that's my least played. And it could just be that I don't understand it well enough. But it feels like, at least when I played it, it felt like there was too much just throwing cards. Like just playing cards, not enough thinking. At least early game. I understand it gets more involved later, but the early game was a lot less compelling for me than the other ones. where the card combinations, I guess, the combinations of things you can do early just weren't entirely interesting. So that's why I haven't played Silent much. Oh, I played a whole lot of Watcher yesterday. Couldn't get a win though. Faster than light? No, I haven't. Outside of the games I've played on stream in the past couple of years, I almost exclusively played Final Fantasy XIV from 2014. I played almost nothing else that came out since then. I truly was an Omni gamer for a really long time. 9-year-old game? Yeah, so that would have been around the time I basically went from being deep into Dota 2 to being deep into 14. So I've been very narrow-mindedly focused on a handful of games from 2010 onwards, pretty much. And even prior to then, it was RuneScape. It was basically RuneScape from 2004 to around 2009, 2010. Then it was Heroes of New Earth from 2010 to 2012. Then it was Dota from 12 to 14. And then it was Final Fantasy until now. Of course, I did play other things here and there along the way, but not a whole lot. Less so when I started 14 than prior to then. Yeah, a lot of people came to the Final Fantasy retirement home from Dota. Sometimes you have a deck in Act 1 that can beat the whole game, and sometimes you just randomly die. Yeah, that's been my experience. Life ruined by FF passing, sad to see. Truly sad. FF is the gateway drug to moving from a one-game Andy to a normal human. No, I'm not AFK. You must have come in at like a... I literally paused talking for about 10 seconds. And you happened to come in then, when I wasn't saying anything. It was literally 10 seconds, ask anyone. It's been minutes. Wait, do you have me muted? I mean, I think it's true, Bondi. Maybe this was the devs' plan all along. Make a really good game, get everyone sucked in, and then slowly turn it into something that releases people back into human society. Oh, nice, Kara. Okay. I think I can progress a couple of chat boxes now. Then maybe another store will come up. Probably Rui. Rui's gonna get out of the shower. Fourteen's just been a long plan to sell 16. Absolute marketing genius. Let's make something that is so good that it makes a bunch of money just to market another game. That's what it feels like, actually. It just feels like the higher-ups at Square Enix don't care about 14. Regardless of how successful it is, they just see it as this sort of side project sort of thing. Not realizing the golden goose is in front of them the entire time. Alright. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master... Famous. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it simply be a matter of convenience. Those which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Anida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Academia Anida was the one with the massive pool before the final boss, wasn't it? And the horse at the end? I forget the name of that boss. Yeah, the jazz from there was good. I remember that. Master La Habrea, such authority is reserved for the Chief Keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? Oh, he didn't like that. I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be freed from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic, we but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Really? And you are certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communication suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Conspiracy is afoot. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Ericthonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Anamnesis had the big pull at the start, and the big pull at the end, right? And also the big pull in the middle. I guess they were still doing some big pulls back then. No? Academia started on Bismarck, didn't it? Do I have them backwards? Anamnesis was the one. Oh, Anamnesis was the one you start on. Yeah, okay. Start on Bismarck, then you have the two shark... Not sharks, but like walking sharks? No, weird looking dinosaurs. Weird bipedal things. Were they T-Rexes? I can't, maybe I'm misremembering. Can't remember what those bosses looked like. Academia, yeah, with the jazz track, had the big pull at the start into the two sharks. And the big pull at the end? Or was it Anamnesis that had that big pull at the end before the... Oh, I don't know. I'm confusing them. Not quite, Ericthonios says. Shakes his head. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. Seems like La Hebrea's put a ward on his powers. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? Oh. One of the teeth. Hee hee. There's something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. If you allowed this familiar to catch you unawares... Sorry, you allowed. Have you set your sight so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, is simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Almost quoted Liam Neeson just then. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Hebrea, your father. Oh, there's the eye. The teeth has the eye. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? Sorry, just yawned. I've heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, ZhephZaeora. At last you moved to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. There's an affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. Oh, there's the eye from the quest thing. That specifically. What? What wish? Come and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortunate no longer favors you. Fortune no longer favors you. You think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shuddered to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. Wow, we've made some progress without stalling. And so there can be but one conclusion. ZhephZaeora was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the Convocation and the Words, his relatively minor role as Chief Keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the ZhephZaeora I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? Yes. He was like the worst one. Is he? So you believe ZhephZaeora to be a man of few scruples if it brings his goals closer in reach? That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, ZhephZaeora holds nothing so dear as his own ambitions. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Why is it spelled like that? Is that a real spelling? Huh. Okay, today I learned this particular spelling is more commonly used as a verb. As opposed to an adjective. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. ZhephZaeora, or whomever it is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. Funny you mentioned tentacles. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed, let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. Oh, okay, thanks, Udor. I shall stay by Erichthonius' side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. It's the first time I'm reading them. So technically, yes. I didn't know the story up until this point. For this patch, at least. I'm playing catch up on this patch. Yeah, I rushed the unlock the first time. I always leave a character free to go through the story after the fact. That's what this one is. The first 3 times. Yeah, but I saved one. It really bothers me I can't jump over this railing. Why not? Too small? This Lalafell has crazy hops. It's like 3 times its own height. Maybe more. More like 4 times. Oh yeah, because there are spikes over there. That seems dangerous. You wouldn't want to go over there. I think I'll leave the story progression there for now, since it's gated behind the raid. And we'll just do it tomorrow, maybe. What day is it? Are we going into Monday? No, it's Tuesday. Oh, okay. Maybe tomorrow we can actually do weekly 2 chest plus first time clears on OCE. Maybe I can join Gerald for it. Oh no, there's an angry guy. You better get out of there. You want your Samish? Well, first of all, Fluffy, you could do it at gunpoint. That's a pretty easy way to mess it up. Yeah, that's the problem. I think this is the actual peace and quiet part. I'm just enjoying this music. Me too, Numb, but the problem isn't OCE. It is the tier. Because I basically didn't even play this tier at all. Not even on my main. Not outside of necessary weeklies. It's just not been a fun tier. Just no incentive to want to do it more than the bare minimum. I just realized Hoodor's name, Hoodork. That has orc in it. Yeah, you know what's interesting, Num, is that everyone seems to agree P5 and P8 door boss were the fun fights. I haven't even really heard an argument against that. It's pretty much unanimous. Or at least very... I'm not going to assume completely unanimous, but at least a very large majority seem to agree. It's just those two fights. You disagree on P5 being fun? I think it's a better designed fight. But pugging it is still painful. I think it's more interesting. It's more interesting, better designed. Better paced. But 6 and 7 have severe pacing and difficulty issues. Watching Whoops do Nest blind progression, apparently there's at least 2 people in that group that don't like P8S Phase 1, but they like P7. P7 from a blind prog perspective is very different. But I still didn't like it in prog. But I can see why maybe your attitude of it wouldn't be as harsh, having only done blind prog. Especially considering the common strat, or one of the major mechanics turns it into a complete non-mechanic. Oh, you know what? That sounds a lot like E7S. When in prog, the portals were a mechanic, and then we figured it out, and it's like, oh, this is not a mechanic anymore. And all of a sudden, the fight just had nothing going for it. Kind of weird how these big bosses overhanging the edge of the arena consistently turn out to be extremely two-dimensional. Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how that always happens? It's almost as if eliminating the aspect of the boss itself and boss positioning and just making mechanics a singular puzzle with an intended solution doesn't make for very interesting gameplay. They focus way too hard on designing a puzzle with these wall bosses instead of creating mechanics and just seeing how people will deal with them. They're too hard stuck in making something with an intended solution, in creating something that has some flexibility around how you handle it. That's the old style Terabitha. I mean, that's more WoW style. Even older Final Fantasy fights were... They were still scripted, but something like T5 is a fight where it just loops through mechanics with HP percent phase pushes, and you just have to try and keep control of all the mechanics that are going on. And then it just starts layering more and more. Same with T7, same with T8. T9 is probably, funnily enough, the most scripted and less mechanically iterative of the bunch, but it was still a good fight. How do I feel about, retrospectively, how do I feel about Dragon Song? Too difficult, too easy, who confines a mechanic into 2-minute. I still think Dragon Song is an amazing ultimate. I think it set a new standard for what an ultimate should be. Because it was both storytelling and also interesting mechanics and phases. It wasn't perfect, but I do think it set a new standard for what an ultimate can be. I still feel positively about it. The issue I have now is more job design than that ultimate, how that ultimate was designed. T? Did we call it T back then? Yeah, coil, second coil. They were called, that's where the term turn originally came from. Turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So on. Christopher Nolan says he recreated the first nuclear weapon detonation without the use of CGI for Oppenheimer. Oh. You can do that? You're allowed to just do that? I mean, they do nuclear testing, don't they? Somewhere, maybe? That seems like it'd be kind of expensive. But maybe he went on site for a test, I don't know. Yeah, that would be a high pressure production day, Fluffer. You'd want to make sure everything was done right. They stopped it in the 70s? Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I mean, without visual effects, you can still do scale explosions. But... okay. So that's where it gets interesting. Because it's still technically visual effects to make an explosion and then layer it over the top. I'm assuming he somehow created an explosion on set. And maybe with some visual trickery, made it look larger than it really is. But I assume it was actually live on set. Like, there's practical effects is still a thing. Practical versus full CG. CG is just very common these days, but there are still ways to do that sort of thing with practical. They were doing that for generations of filmmakers. It's just, the question is, how well can you represent a nuclear explosion which looks a very distinct way due to its size? How do you scale that down and still make it look accurate? Smoke and mirrors? Yeah. I mean, some people do that sort of thing for a job, so I guess we'll have to wait and see. think it's almost bedtime. It was actually bedtime. I wanted to go to bed instead of streaming today, but we had raid, so I ended up streaming anyway, because I had to be here anyway. Today was a sleepy feeling day. Boyus woke me up early, and then a package came. So I jumped out of bed for that as well. You just started having fun with Paladin. Yeah, so now you see the problem, right? Package. Because that kind of playstyle is just being removed from the game. When did he wake me? I don't know exactly. All I know is I got up to give him food, and I could barely force my eyes open. That's how tired I was when he woke me up. I don't know if they'll ever... Maybe they'll tease it? But we're not gonna get numbers. They stopped doing that when the community kind of revolted against some changes once. Ahead of time. Like they theory crafted based on the preliminary numbers, and the devs didn't want people to do that anymore. How chatty is Boyus? Not... He's a fairly quiet cat. He's chatty sometimes. Well, see, here's the problem, Jamba. I am fairly certain that new Paladin is not going to be awful. From the perspective of the majority of the player base. The issue is the people that currently like Paladin, it will be awful for. Not even necessarily awful in its own right, but awful by comparison to what was lost. Am I learning Gunbreaker specifically because I don't know how badly Paladin is going to change? Yeah. Paladin is... There's no point investing time in Paladin right now when it's undergoing a major rework. I'll have 2 weeks to play it, learn it, and find out if it's viable. Oh, good morning again, Revenge. Hopefully no Despork this time. Because I don't want the P8S in Rage memes? Yeah, that's exactly why. Because I learnt the harsh lesson that this game is no longer about playing something because you enjoy it in prog. Like, even TPS was upset about taking a black mage because it wasn't viable. Like, gone are the days of specializing in something and being so good at it that you make it become viable. In the past, specializing in something, being really good at something, made it worth bringing as a comfort pick. But now, because everything is all just about 2-minute burst windows, you just bring whatever does the most damage. There's no point playing anything else. You're watching Josh Strife Hayes' video on God of War 1 on PS2, and he brought an interesting point that a game mechanic gets more interesting the more problems you have to solve at the same time. It's when the neurons are firing. When the neurons start firing, that's when I have the most fun. That's why healing is fun when people die. Because suddenly there's all this chaos and you have this huge spike in brain activity. And it's entertaining for about 10 seconds. Maybe more. Maybe 30. Maybe even a minute if you're lucky. I don't think games are fun where you're just mindlessly pressing things. Not that it can't be fun, because visual presentation, audio visual presentation, and narrative can create a sense of fun separate to gameplay. But if we're talking about just gameplay alone, I don't think it's enjoyable to not have to think about anything. That's why when playing a game like God of War and fighting the Valkyries, once I figure out the gimmick of it, I could just exploit the gimmick. Like one of the Valkyries where the gimmick was every time she jumps up, you have to throw the axe at her. I could just play it safe and just spam attack and be ready to throw the axe whenever she jumps, but I found that boring. So I would swap to the other weapon, I'd use my cooldowns, and that would put me at risk by doing so because I wouldn't have the axe ready. But it was more interesting to do, and so I did it. Even if it did cause me to fail more times than I needed to. You are right though, Revenge. Too many variables that need to be fulfilled funnels you into one particular solution. Because, like, if you have, let's just consider a basic, like, defamation spread. You put it on two people, they have to go opposite sides, and those two people can rotate anyway. They can have any rotation, which leaves you two triangle safe spots either side, within which you can play around with other mechanics. Or you can squash them up and make one big triangle on one side. But then if you add two more defamations, all of a sudden you're covering the whole arena and there's only one way to spread them. You have to make a square. So all of a sudden you can go from having the two defamations squashed together, or you can have them opposite. You can rotate them to just, oh, we make a square and that's just what it is. That's a very simple example, like a very dumbed down example, but it's sort of it represents the problem. What mechanic? It's not a mechanic. I just created an example to make the point. Thanks for following, Arcbeetle. You believe the best fight designs are one where you give easy to solve mechanics but chain them and overlap them at the same time. Yeah, so again, that takes us back to a Realm Reborn style raids and Heavensward style raids. Stormblood didn't really have too much of that. But it did have more creativity around mechanic solutions because the bosses were smaller and they could move a lot of the time. Yeah, Tower of Zot was the biggest disappointment of this expansion. Because it set such a high bar that was at the very beginning that was never met again. We all had such high expectations after that dungeon. And it was downhill from there. Yeah, but the whole dungeon, Vela. The dungeon as a whole. The rest of the dungeons fell back into the regular formula. Every dungeon except Orovale. No, it pretty much most of the dungeons post 50 in A Realm Reborn. Most of these. Wow, there are a lot of them. Most of these are actually really good dungeons. If you do the mid-eye level. Yeah, I agree. Actually, Revenge. I think it could have been a trial. Considering the hype behind what it was. I always find it weird when they relegate major characters to dungeon bosses or solo duties. The point was to show how strong we've become, so we just do away with him. No problem. Yeah, Revenge. Imagine this game if the story just ended with all of the Scions dead. Imagine how heavy that would be. It's interesting because they need to keep the cast alive to continue making story content, but at the same time, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I stifled it. At the same time, if they just killed them all off and just ended it there, I feel like this game would have gotten even more attention. I think it would have elevated the story, at least for that particular moment. But it obviously makes it hard to continue developing content. Yeah, I know, Fluffer. And Thancred should have died as well. Back in Shadowbringers. They had the perfect death scene for him. Yeah, the Ranjit fight. It was the perfect setup for Thancred to just die. Would have been so heavy hitting. Like, this game has had the opportunity to have some really seriously strong story moments. But, everyone has plot armor. So it kind of diminishes those moments a little bit. Also diminishes the expectations of whether people are going to die or not. So you kind of lose that tension as well as you're going through the story, because you're like, oh yeah, everyone's going to be fine anyway. They're not really in danger. That's why certain anime is so gripping. Like Attack on Titan, or I don't know, maybe even Bleach or Naruto. That's why those types of shows are gripping, because you never know if someone's actually just gonna die. Especially in Attack on Titan, where deaths happen so suddenly as well. The Walking Dead? I haven't seen that. Zero is our 13th shard. You might be onto something, actually. I think one of the most challenging parts of storytelling is being able to create enough compelling characters that you can actually afford to kill some of them off. Because you really have to flesh out the character personalities so that people can properly connect with them. And then you have to be ready and willing to just throw them away, if it makes sense. That's true, Prismatic. They could have had completely new beginnings if Endwalker just ended everyone. All gone. Well, we're getting engine updates at least in 7.0. But I really think the game just needs an engine remake. Or at least a couple of basic bug fixes that they continue to refuse to do. Air physics, huh? Yeah, that is true, Agile. MMOs present a unique opportunity to the developers to create a really massive story that is fleshed out over years and years, where the best time to experience it is at the time and not after the fact. Yeah, do people realize how much 100 hours is? That's a really long time. You play entire, full, long JRPGs in that span of time. Those 100 quests were rough. They were fine at the time. They were rough on my first ult. That's why I have only ever level skipped ever since. Because I tried to level an ult naturally one time, and I gave up at like quest 80. I just couldn't handle it anymore. You still consistently worry about the future of 14 with how the direction of SE corporate is going. Yes. I think it's safe from the corporate stuff, but safe from the weird NFT stuff and all that, but it's not safe from them like allocating resources and funding and that sort of thing. The game does cater to everyone, Agile. The problem is when everything in the game caters to everyone. Because you can't actually do that. As we see with raiding. You try to make raiding cater to everyone, you drop off the top end. It's not everyone, it's just a different group. I ignored your comment. Wait, what did you say? That's almost one whole Zeph sleep. 100 hours. I wish I could sleep 100 hours. That'd probably... Well, I don't know. I was gonna say that'd probably feel nice, that'd probably feel really weird to wake up from. There was that one time I randomly slept about... It wasn't constant sleep, but I was bedridden for like 35 hours. I woke up for like minutes at a time here and there, but I pretty much slept 35 hours or so. That was earlier this year. I wonder if maybe I was fighting off a sickness. Like, I never felt sick, but I wonder if my immune system was just in overdrive or something and I just slept heaps to fight something off. Even though I never felt it. I can't really explain how else I managed to sleep that long. Oh no, Vela. I've had that sort of thing happen before. It's actually kind of terrifying when you can't get your eyes open. Like, you need to go to the toilet, but you can't see. And you're like trying to rub at your eyes, but you can't break the crust. Is it crystallized salt? I don't know. Because tears are salty. The moisture around our eyes, I presume, is just salty in general. You eat the crust on pizzas? Good. You are what you eat. Maybe it comes out your eyes. You don't think they can just randomly kill characters off to create tension, though? Yeah, but that's what I was saying. What I said is, you want to be able to create enough characters that people can connect with and not be afraid to let them go if it makes sense. So in the case of Thancred, it was the first what seemed like actual life and death situation for a main character in the story. And I was feeling tense in that moment because I was like, oh boy, are they actually going to kill him off? Like, they could do it right now. And then they didn't. So when we had a similar situation again in Endwalker, all of a sudden you're thinking, they're probably going to come back. They're probably going to be fine. So it kind of diminishes that tension a little bit because all of a sudden you're not concerned about them anymore. You assume they're going to be fine. But if the devs or the story writers actually capitalize on moments where it makes sense for a character to die, then we as the readers or watchers of the story, I don't know what you call that, the viewer, if you will, feel a lot more tense in those situations. Yeah, they introduce side characters to kill them off rather than touching the main cast. Felt Tesleen was pretty anticlimactic. It was gruesome though. The animation team had some fun with that one. For some reason, I read that word as Medias instead of Medias. Too much reading of MSQ, I think. Because a lot of the Greek words would read that way. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Raisins. The emotion I felt from MSQ was more from, not from the conflict or those sorts of moments. Like, I felt emotion arriving at Elpis for the first time just because within the context of the story, I found it to be amazing. One of the things I really like in fiction is when there is a well thought out history in the lore. Because it creates intrigue. Because you start to wonder what these events were, what things were like back then. And then to actually get to experience it, which is something that was not expected, I thought was a really incredible moment in this game's story. Yeah, Agile, unfortunately I'm not a self-insert player, if you could tell. So those sorts of things don't affect me. When it comes to my own character, I'm more a spectator of what's going on. Biggest plot armor crime today is them nulling the entire climax to ARR by bringing Nanamo and all the Scions back. Yeah, so Nanamo didn't actually die, and then Y'shtola disappeared. The rest of them sort of just dispersed, though. They didn't die. I should start G-posing. I did one G-pose of Vela. I was quite proud of it. I think Y'shtola just kind of vanished, but it wasn't said what she did. She did forbidden magic, but we didn't really understand that at the time. Remember people saying that scene was the Game of Thrones moment? Which one? The arm chopping? With everyone dying. Boyce just comes and sits in front of my keyboard, his keyboard, and just rubs his face on my mouse hand. I said it right the first time. Yeah, I did. You think it's like saying X game is the Dark Souls of X series? Yeah, I can see that. I haven't even watched Game of Thrones, so I don't even really... I wouldn't understand the comparison. Yeah, I actually thought the end of A Realm Reborn was good. Because you had interesting plot points of like betrayal and... Betrayal. Maybe I'm not doing it justice with that description, but... It was different from how things had been up until that point. And suddenly we get kicked out of the city-states that we're used to. Have to go to a new land. Where all of a sudden your reputation doesn't precede you. Except for with Horschiefant, who fights for you constantly. And then goes night-night. It gets Tyson being the endlessly powerful hero who always wins. Yeah. And in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, we actually lost a couple of times. Yeah, in Heavensward you show up and no one cares who you are. Or even just kind of despises you as a foreigner. You remember the moment you really broke down in Endwalker, getting to Hydaelyn after the dungeon? Oh, having trust for that? You know this song? Because I think this is playing on loop. It's an 11-hour video, but I think it's been looping. I think the emotional moments for me in Endwalker were, as I said before, turning up in Elpis for the first time. And, the long walk. That long walk, with the character, hearing the quotes from the other characters was pretty impactful. think I did use trusts in a lot of the Endwalker dungeons. Oh yeah, that's around when we discovered blubbers. Why does blubbers look like it's playing too fast? I don't know about that one, Kyra. Yeah, same revenge. Because I was still using full video effects. And then we had 2 summoners that we had never seen before. Like, we hadn't seen summoners the entire time up until that point. Then 2 summoners and all of a sudden you just can't see the boss. And we were just like, oh wow, cool. Okay. Guess I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, we did it together. That's why I'm saying we. We both got there at the same point. Oh yeah, that was the other confusion. The giant eggies. Thinking they were mechanics because you just haven't seen them before. In the Highland trial? No, I did it with revenge. I used trusts later on a second time through, I think. We already have really mad revenge, just not with a Santa hat. But it's Santa time. I can't be bothered swapping them out. She's always there. Always waiting. Oh, she's well and truly de-thawed. Oh no, the sun is up. Oh no, it's almost 6 AM. Okay. Bedtime stalled successfully. You know, Agile, I didn't know I was gonna stall, but we totally could have just read it today. Maybe not, because today is supposed to be peace and quiet, and we've already let a little bit too much non-peace and quiet about Final Fantasy XIV Online creep into today's stalling ramble. What P7 doc? Agile did, for fun, a proposed redesign of P7 to turn it into a good fight. I've been stalling looking at it for a long time. Maybe tomorrow I can look at it? Yeah, of course. Of course I have it. Okay, I better go. It is very late. I had a rest day from running today, and I don't like it. I've gotten so used to running every day, rest days feel like I'm not doing anything productive, even though rest days are necessary and productive in and of themselves. But it makes me feel useless. Yeah, you could have done the same thing for E7 Revenge. Arthas is playing FIFA 23? That is bizarre. Yeah, I can't oh, original data, boy. I was looking at people actually streaming 14. Like, Cider Spider. Your first idea was just have E7 ads phase be the entire fight and manage the ads while doing the other mechanics. Yeah, Revenge, imagine if the ads come down some of them are targetable. Sorry, hang on, I'm gonna sneeze again. What if it's kind of like, A9 or... Yeah, kind of like A9 where killing things in certain spot matters. So you kill the ram, like you get a set of ads, you have to tank them and kill them, and where you kill them determines where their mechanics fire off, and so you have to bring them to a place where it makes the mechanic actually doable. And that's just the fight. I don't think people really like ads fights though. So like maybe not, but I'd still take that over what we got. What if Mushroom Game was in 14? You would probably play it then, right? All the time. Mango Mochi, thanks for the follow. The design doesn't cater to it well. Revenge. Mostly because they keep trying to remove multi-target value stuff. As far as targeting is concerned, that's more of a default control issue rather than the controls not existing. Like, it not being possible. Yeah, it is interesting, but it's, am I just gonna boomy sit being sad about FF? That is my default state of being. That's why I wanted a peace and quiet day today, which we're kind of getting away from now. Yeah, I need to allow myself to have a day where I don't get myself down. Yeah, we'll go see Cider Spider. I think he just went AFK. Literally just then. I opened his stream, he was there a second ago, I typed the raid command, I look back, he's gone. I should try Hades? I did try Hades for a little bit. I played it for a bit, I enjoyed it, but then I think something else distracted me from continuing. Okay, Agile. If Mr. Happy ever asked me about Hades, I am not responding. Because I would have fell for that. So thank you, Agile, for saving me. By hitting me with that one now. And not letting Mr. Happy do it later. Okay, well, I have just stalled the raid going through, so thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'll be doing. It'll probably be pretty chill. Maybe we do OCE weeklies? So, I'll see you all then. Have a good rest of your day.